from Mel.
Afternoon, everybody.
Good evening. We will now call the Beaufort County Board of Education Business Meeting of September 15, 2020 to order. The meeting is being conducted by a remote video conferencing and also being live streamed by the county channel. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed in the September 15, 2020 agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, September 16, 2020, the next business day, to finish the agenda items. Requests for the first public comments participation will be accepted tonight between 5 and 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 tonight in the same manner as above. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. We now have the need to go into executive session, and we need a motion, and I'll ask the person that makes the motion to read the 5 items that are listed.
Madam Chair, I will make a motion to move into executive session for purposes of discussion of recommendation of vendor selection for a custodial services contract, RFP number 21-005, pursuant to SC Code Section 30-4-70A2. Also, for discussion of recommendation of construction manager at risk firms for the construction associated with the Robert Smalls International Academy and Battery Creek High School referendum funded projects, RFP number 21-002, pursuant to SC Code Section 30-4-70A2. In addition, discussion of proposed amendment and receipt of legal advice regarding the fuel education contract with BCSD to provide learning management system services pursuant to SC Code Section 30-4-70A2. Receipt of legal advice relating to a resolved legal claim pursuant to SC Code Annual Section 30-4-70A2. And discussion of a personnel matter pursuant to SC Code 30-4-70A1.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, Kathy. Any discussion? Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you elaborate a little bit on Section F? What is it? I've never seen us going to legal advice regarding a resolved legal claim. And could you, in the spirit of specific intent, could you elaborate a little bit on what that is?
No, I don't have personal knowledge.
Oh, okay, Mrs. Carton, may I ask Mrs. Carton?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have to give you notice of a dismissal of a claim, but I have some other information to provide to you. And you'll understand when we're in the executive session, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
I'm just concerned that we're giving the necessary amount of information to the public as to what we might be discussing.
Okay.
As in quality towing versus Myrtle Beach.
Okay. And and I can say this, sir, it is not in regard to any contract matter.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. No one else has any questions, so voting is now open.
Voting is open.
Thank you. Quads, yes.
Robine, yes. I have to, having a difficulty with board docs for a minute.
Dowling, no.
Mr. Earl Campbell. Let's see, I don't see him. Ms. Orshak,
Thank you, Robin. I'm not struggling with board docs as well. No, only because of the unusual item on the topic for resolved legal matter. That's all. No.
Mr. Smith. Oh, got it. Is Mr. Campbell on? I don't see him. Earl Campbell.
I don't
I
see
don't
him.
see him in our list.
Okay, I'm gonna put him vote not cast.
Okay.
It's closed. Voting is closed.
The motion to move into executive session carries 7-3-0. Noes, Dowling, Orshak, and can you go scroll up?
Smith.
Smith, thank you. And one vote not cast, Mr. Earl Campbell. All right, we will now move into executive session. And Robin and Molly, could you please tell us when you're ready for?
with HES facilities as described in RFP number 21-005. Final approval is contingent upon legal review.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mel Campbell.
This will.
Do you want to add at the end there, Kathy, upon legal review and board approval? Do you just want to add those few words? Yeah,
That final approval is contingent upon both legal review and board approval.
are you okay with that, Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yes, I
Okay.
am.
So we'll let Robin put that up. Do you want to expound upon that, Ms. Robine? Or you?
No, I think it allows the superintendent to start talking to the selected company and still requires it to be under legal review and
Okay.
final board approval. It's a
Yeah.
contingency, yeah, but the process can begin.
Mr. William Smith?
Under this COVID-19 pandemic, it really concerns me to go out now and to get a contract of custodial services. And to let the record reflect, I've been advocating for the district to get custodial services back up under the district staff, as the same as they have gotten bus drivers under the staff. And right now, with what we are going through and cleaning of the buildings and understanding people and community members and things of that magnitude, it really concerns me for us to do this, and also to be bringing this for the board to begin at this time. I'll just keep it nice and just say that I think it's not about it's not about saving the district money right now. I think it's about showing the people that we have people in our buildings who care about the community and who care about the people who live in the community, and that will make sure that the buildings are cleaned correctly, and that they're family oriented, and that they understand the people that they serve and custodial staff. So this right here is I really won't be able to support it in no way, shape, or form, and also the way it was brought to the board as well. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Mr. Earl Campbell,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Mr. John Dowling,
Yes.
And
Mr.
I'm
Melvin?
yes. I'm yes, Robin. I can support this. I lost my $7.50. Board docs. Yeah.
The motion carries 9-1-1. No, William Smith, abstention, Dr. Wisniewski. The motion carries and is approved. Do we have any further action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Okay, hold on a second. Kathy's answering.
I have none.
Okay, and Mr. Smith?
I have none as well.
Okay, Mr. Dowling?
Okay, I believe that the writing is on the wall for the contract with fuel. And I believe that we can continue to do CPR on the company, but the senior staff has lost any confidence at all. I believe that most of our questions are technical ones that have to be asked and answered almost after the fact. I think from the board level, the evidence is clear that we should not continue this contract, and I therefore move that the board accept the superintendent's recommendation and authorize the termination of the contract with Fuel.
I'll
Do we have
second the discussion.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, as I said, the superintendent and his lieutenants have lost confidence in the company. There's absolutely no one is volunteering any confidence or evidence that the company will be able to continue. These students need to get stabilized. Our faculty needs to be stabilized with what's going to happen. And the only thing that I can see is that the writing is on the wall. And I think that 1 or 2 hours of further discussion is going to end up with the same conclusion, that viewing the lack of confidence that the administration has in the company, that we should not be doing business with them, and that the platforms that they can use right now are perfectly valid. So that's why I made the motion. I think that we got to cut bait.
Ms. Robine?
I'm sorry, my hand should be down.
Okay, Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in a little bit of a quandary about this motion and which way to vote, because it was stated in executive session that several of us still had more questions. And so questions that were important to have answered prior to making this decision. So at this time, I am probably going to have to abstain from this, because I do believe there's more information that should be brought forward.
Okay. May I respond, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I want to respond first, though. Ms. Fidrich, you could make a motion to postpone this until tomorrow night.
I would very much like to make a motion to postpone this until tomorrow night, until all the questions by all the board members have been answered.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Could you please raise your hand, Mr. Dowling? Like, it really,
I'm sorry?
you need to raise your hand instead of just verbally calling out.
My hand, all right, my hand's up. Okay.
Now it is. Thank you, sir.
All right. The only question before the board at the executive level is, should we continue this contract? The administration has expressed no confidence that the amendment can be met. The technical questions that are being asked are valid. They are 3 or 4 levels down into the weeds from what our decision needs to consider. The only question, again, the only question to consider is, can we count on this company to come through with us, for us? The evidence that's been presented to me says no. All the other questions about this or that, this platform, that platform, have nothing really to do with the question of, do we continue with Fuel? Nothing. So we can terminate the contract and then continue to ask the questions that interest the educators in what platform are we going to use, yada, yada, yada. But the question, the one question that we have is, do we stay with Fuel or not? And so that's why I made the motion that I did.
All right, Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the postponement, because I don't think there's a big difference between making this decision tonight or making this decision tomorrow. I just don't see it. And I think everyone needs to be comfortable and have their questions answered. I think it might be a little more complicated than Mr. Dowling thinks it is, but that's just my opinion. So I don't see any reason not to postpone this till tomorrow night.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, a lot of variables go into me making a decision like this. And one of them is the feedback from constituents, including parents and teachers. So that is something that I would like to hear more on prior to making a decision, and I support the postponement of this item.
All right, I think we're ready to vote on this.
What is the motion?
The motion is to postpone this action, the action regarding fuel, until tomorrow night, until all questions are answered.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
No.
The motion carries 9-1-1. No is Mr. Dowling, and abstention, Mr. Smith. So this will go to tomorrow night. Is there any further action coming out of executive session thus far? All right, there being none, we can move to a motion for approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. O'Campbell. A second.
I'll second.
That Tricia Fidrich. Any discussion? All right, voting is open.
Yes.
No.
Mr. William Smith, how are you voting?
The motion carries 8-3-0. The 3 noes are Dowling, Orishak, and Smith. We are now down to the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. We will have a moment of silence.
Madam Chair, point of order.
We're in the middle of a moment of silence. Can it wait a minute? Wait a few seconds?
Actually, it was pertaining to that. It was pertaining to moment of silence.
Go ahead, sir.
Actually, I would like to say in tonight, as we go in our moment of silence, let's please keep the Richland 2 district who have lost several teachers as well as a bus driver in our thoughts and prayers as we go into a moment of silence in South Carolina, in the Columbia area. Thank you.
All right, the media has been properly notified. We now need a motion to approve the very generous donation from Parker's. And if the person who makes that motion could please read the line item here.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That the Board of Education approves the Parker's donation in the amount of $30,000, fueling the community.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll do Mel. His deep voice rang out. All right, any discussion on the donation, Ms. Orshak?
I'm sorry, actually, my hand was up from the approval of the agenda, and I'd left it up. I wasn't called upon, but I do have a question. Dr. Rodriguez, do we have this donation, this generous donation, earmarked for anything in particular?
No, not at the moment. I don't believe so. Ms. Crosby, did you receive that with a particular?
Well, it says on here that it is allocated in certain ways.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, for
Yeah.
specific schools. My
Schools,
apologies.
right. Yeah.
And there was a listing of how much each school would get.
It's attached.
That's correct.
Can we show
There it
that to the public who is watching?
It's on,
Yeah,
I'm
here
showing
it is
it.
on the screen.
Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. I missed the second page. Thank you.
All right. There being no further discussion, voting is open.
Dr.
I'm
Rodriguez
sorry.
has,
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to read something for all of you, if I may. And it says, each year we receive a significant donation from Parker's convenience stores as part of the company's Fueling the Community promotion. The promotion gives 1 cent of every gallon of gas sold on the first Wednesday of each month to local schools. Some of the donation comes to the district office to support the school district's annual Support Person of the Year recognition program, which honors school nurses, social workers, bookkeepers, office managers, teacher assistants, school secretaries, and technology and data specialists. Money is also distributed to the specific schools, as you see there, designated by Parker's customers when they purchase their gasoline. And tonight, we'd like to recognize Parker's for their ongoing support of our staff and students. And I believe the Parker's founder and CEO, Greg Parker, may be with us this evening. She is.
Mr. Parker couldn't be here this evening, but I'm Kate Smith. I'm the Chief of Staff and I manage our Fueling the Community initiative. So I am here tonight to present this $30,000 donation to the Beaufort County School District. And I do have just a couple of remarks if I may.
Please go ahead.
Okay, well, like you just heard, we do give back 1 cent for every gallon of gas sold at all of our stores across our company on the first Wednesday of each month. We're committed to supporting our local schools. We think education is really important, and it's something that we're committed to giving back to, as you can see tonight. And what I also like to point out is that Beaufort County has the highest number of pump PAL users, and those are the Parker's customers that can designate their 1 cent per gallon to the school of their choice. And as you can see, those pennies really add up. The schools that have the highest number of pump PAL users in the county, I do want to point those out. As you can see, the schools with the highest donations, that's Bluffton High School, Beaufort High School, Battery Creek High School, and Bluffton Elementary School. Because of these pump PAL users and others, over the past 5 years, we've donated over $100,000 to Beaufort County schools. We're all really grateful for the work that the Beaufort County School District teachers, administrators, and staff do, and we're appreciative of their hard work every day to support student success. And this is really particularly true as you all navigate this really unprecedented school year. So we're really appreciative of the work that you're putting in. We think that education lifts all boats, and it has the power to transform lives. So on behalf of Parker's and Fueling the Community, I'm really pleased to present you with $30,000 this year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. It's very generous. All right.
We need to
vote.
Yes, we need to vote. Voting is now open.
Yes.
Yes, Robin.
Mr. Dowling,
Yes.
Okay.
Unanimous.
All right, the motion carries unanimously. And thank you again, Parkers.
Welcome.
All right, now, Robin, we're down to the first public comment.
Sorry, you're on for public comments. Can you say hello so we can test to see if they can hear you?
Hello?
We can
Yes.
hear not super well, but
We need a name.
yeah.
Can you say your name again? Sorry, is that?
Hello, this is Sarai Wiggins.
It's Saran Wiggins.
Sarai.
I'm sorry, Sarai Wiggins.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, and Robin, can you put up the timer for us?
I need Molly to put up the timer, please.
Okay.
Hello?
Hold on. Can you hold on, please, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Sarai.
Okay. All right. Let's see if I can get Molly. Can you put up the timer, please?
And we don't hear her well at all.
Okay, I turned her down until. Somebody else would have to keep time so she can go ahead and speak.
So Sari, you can start.
Sari, you can go ahead and start. And you have to turn your TV down because you're getting feedback.
Turn on. Good evening. My name is Sarai Wiggins. I have 2 children in Beaufort County Schools. One is at Beaufort High and one is at CUSA. As this school year began, we as families were led to believe that this fall would look nothing like last spring. Whether you chose virtual or face-to-face learning, although I chose face-to-face learning, my 3rd grader has struggled worse than last spring. 3rd grade is an imperative learning year. I feel as though my son's voice is not heard and his needs are not being met by the current system in place. The inconsistencies and lack of collaborative learning and daily distractions, all within a Zoom interface platform, are both overwhelming and frustrating for an 8-year-old. Because of this, a lot of important learning is lost. We were told the K-12 solutions were to start in the 2nd week. It has not. Why? Is there a problem with the platform? Is this an indication of returning to school? Is this because I chose for in-person learning? And if so, why is my child not entitled to virtual learning? I feel as though my child is possibly, not getting the education they need because I chose in-person learning, and they're being punished for that. Their needs are not being met, and that's unfair because I chose for my child to learn in the classroom. My children need to be in the classroom. When do they go back? My son cries and melts down every day, and I'm watching him not get the education he needs because of that. I know he's not the only one. I watch it happen. I see it play out with friends and his friends. I'm able, because of my job, to be here, and thankfully, I'm able to flex my time and then go into work on other days and other times and work from home. But I know that other families are not able to do that, and other children are suffering because of it. We need to have our children back in school. And if we're not able to get our children back in school soon, my next step will be to put my son in private school because he is suffering, because he cannot get the education and the resources and the interactive learning and support of his teacher. I hope that you guys can get my son back in school. We want him to be in the public school system. We are big proponents of that. But if his needs can't be met through that, we will seek other resources for that.
Your time is up, Ms. Wiggins.
Thank you.
Thank you. this person's not answering, I'm going on to the next one. Hello, Jabari. Jabari, go ahead and say your name.
Hello?
Can you hear
Hi.
us?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Go ahead and you can begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jabari Moketsi, unapologetic member of the Black community here in Beaufort, and I would like to speak on these so-called, and I would like to, wait a minute. Again, I would like to speak on these so-called hotspots, in terms of Wi-Fi connections for these students who are doing virtual schoolwork at home. Now, I don't have time to go into the details of what I've been hearing. However, I would like to know what and if indeed are all media methods being used to get the word out to the community in terms of how to access these hotspots. Now, as I speak, I'm live here on WKWQ radio station, Facebook Live, TuneIn app, which I believe to be great conduits in order to get the word out to the community in general and the Black community in particular on how to access these hotspots. Now, I was made to understand that there are some kind of application process in getting this Wi-Fi resource set up in given communities. However, based on all of the calls that I have been receiving, the students that are most disenfranchised, which again are the Black students of this county, they and their parents are having challenges navigating the application process. Now, these Black students, based on the academic success data in this district, has historically been one of abject failure. So therefore, this board must use all of its muscles to compel the front office to use every method at their disposal to get the word out on any and everything that ensures this particular, for lack of a better word, class of Black students are not left further behind as a result of not being face-to-face in the classroom. And lastly, the affluent communities of this county, I'm sure, are being taxed with some of the same challenges, but they might be able to withstand it for just a bit longer. Our community, which comprise our beloved Black children, cannot afford to miss one day of academic instruction, and we at WKWQ 100.7 FM stand ready to assist the district's effort in getting whatever resources that are available for our Black students' success during these trying times. And the district, as usual, you can do the rest for all students as you have been doing in the past. Now, it was not my intentions to make anyone feel uncomfortable in what was just said, and then again, it could have been. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello, Tony, go ahead.
Are we ready, Robin?
Can you all hear him?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. Dr. Rodriguez, a humongous kudos to district leadership for the bold decision of providing face-to-face learning for 200 plus students. Please consider expanding the program to ensure all special needs students are provided and mandated services as soon as possible. Again, kudos. Board members, at the September 1st meeting during the superintendent's report, several of you raised questions over the recently approved K-12 learning contract. There appeared to be concerns about contract language, delivery of services, and timeline compliances. Some, including the chair, remain conspicuously silent. Perhaps approval of $1 million contract has become mundane and ordinary for some. Unfortunately, not for all. Please consider the following points. Why is anyone accepting of the minimal access and limited time to vet $1 million contracts? This is a practice that Dr. Guadz adamantly rebelled against and strongly criticized when she was not the chair. Why continue the propensity for expediency at the expense of verification and accuracy? The chair's floor theory that without a law degree, It is not necessary for a board member to view legal contracts or documents prior to approval or vote is lunacy. It's governance malpractice to ignore fiscal oversight. It was an oath that you all took. For those who are paying attention, it's difficult to understand why the majority of this knowledgeable, experienced, competent, and committed board continues to accept the false narrative that you do not possess the aptitude or the integrity of performing due diligence. How could a $2.7 million contract lack a toll clause, a clause that guarantees protection for the district? Who is safeguarding the taxpayers' dollars if not you? That evening, several of you were truly upset, frustrated, disappointed, and infuriated that perhaps the K-12 contract might become another debacle. And in reflex, you targeted your feelings at the vendor. Perhaps you were aiming at the wrong target. You can and must do better. We are depending on you. Thank you for your service. Be safe.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello, Samantha.
speaking.
Can you go ahead and state your name for the public comments?
Samantha Niehoff.
Can you all hear her?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
As I have chosen to do the virtual schooling because of my child's health concerns and education, I don't understand why my two children that are in two different schools are completely day and night. My child that attends River Ridge Academy thus far has had no issues as all of his classes have been added to Google Classroom. He just clicks and goes to his classes. My other child that attends Michael C. Riley has nothing added in her computer that I feel is a non-working computer that has faults. I am not a parent that can program a computer. It is a hassle every morning to find out where she is going to be. Her computer was not pre-programmed for her. As her teacher is telling me where to put the links, they are not working. I have heard many times that the computers were to be pre-programmed by the school before they were dispersed to the children. It is a shame that the teachers had to spend so much time trying to figure out the computers and how to use the program so she can help us parents at home, so we can help our children so they can get their education. As lastly, my child can't complete her work. Furthermore, I have serious reservations about what's going on in class during my child's Zoom classes since they have started the hybrid program. It is a shame that the teachers don't have or had very little training to help us at home within our Zoom classes. I just wish that the Zoom classes could be more adequately friendly from Michael C. Riley as they are at River Ridge. My son has no issues at River Ridge, just Michael C. Riley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one more.
Okay.
Hey, this is Johnny.
I didn't get an answer.
Okay.
That was the last one.
Okay. Thank you. So we're now down to the superintendent's report with the clock update, Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Watts. I want to begin the clock update. It was our intent to present the members of the clock committee to the board and to the community earlier on in the year, but with the movement away from face-to-face board meetings due to COVID, we hadn't gotten a chance to do that. I was asked by the chair of the clock committee if this would be a possible time to do it, just because they've been working really so hard and doing such great work that we want to make sure we identify them and get them recognized as well for all of the work that they've been doing. I'm going to begin with the vice chair and then end with the chair. I know it sounds a little unorthodox, but that way the chair can roll right into his report at that juncture. So the vice chair of the clock committee is Mr. Mike McNally, and Mr. McNally is here, I believe, as well. Next on there is Mr. David Ames, who is here with us, Mr. Derek Coaxum, Mr. Carlton Dallas, Mrs. Kim Fleming, Mr. Ron Revolution, Mr. Richard Trishler, Mr. Ray Worker, and our chair of the clock committee is Mr. Ted Barber. This group is, as we've mentioned before, has extensive backgrounds that are essential and coming from different angles at this to review the work that the district is doing in respect to the bond referendum. And so, Chairman Barber, I will turn it over to you for your clock report.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and thank you, board members, for allowing us to be here this evening. Also, I want to welcome all of my fellow clock members. I'm glad we were able to be, you're all here tonight with me to represent this report of our committee. I want to just go through the role of our committee as a reminder that we are to ours make sure that we have the assurance that the school district has the processes and the procedures and the people in place to adequately and properly administer and oversee the school bond referendum projects. We also review progress of all projects in regards to cost and schedule. We also communicate our findings to this board quarterly, and we provide written updates quarterly to the general public, which are posted via our clock web area on the Beaufort County Schools website. We also provide press releases of these quarterly updates. So this is our third quarter report. We last met with you in June. So the committee has reviewed the processes, procedures, and administration of the bond referendum to date, and we'd like to report our findings for the month of September. The May River and the River Ridge projects, which are the major project this time, are on time and they are actually under budget. Our traffic light monitoring system that we established would code these projects as green. Both sites were visited by our project subcommittee, and the sites represent the project status as we reported. So we have visited these sites. Construction quality at the sites is excellent. River Ridge and May River projects, when they are completed, will be over $1 million under the proposed budget. This demonstrates the effectiveness of construction management at risk model used for projects, and this is a sound approach on delivering the proposed future referendum projects. We also have reviewed the summer work projects, which includes the Beaufort High School status of the progress of their athletic facilities. We visited that facility, and we can state that the turf upgrades to the football stadium have progressed nicely, and the project is first class in all aspects. One area of the summer work, though, that has shown improvements since the last board meeting is our technology and infrastructure projects. They are still behind schedule, although improved. The schedule recovery is expected by the end of September, and we're working closely with the operations department on that recovery schedule. The processes in place regarding budgeting, contracts, procurement, and pay applications for all projects have been reviewed and are sound and they continue to provide adequate independence and proper chart of authority review. Our finance subcommittee conducts reviews to validate these processes ongoing. Now, the cash flow versus our actual expenditures, where we are with the projects. The cash flow projections versus actual expenditures for all the referendum projects is still behind schedule. However, an improvement in catch-up has been seen this quarter. This can be expected as final project planning is implemented and construction contracts agreed during the initial phase of such a large-scale referendum. Corrective actions are in place to ramp up spending to ensure completion of the proposed projects within the 4-year time frame. Our finance subcommittee has verified the current spending status at $15.92 million spent to date, with $66 million encumbered but not spent. With a total referendum of $344.6 million, $262.6 million remains to be spent. Through August, approximately 9.5% of the referendum work has been completed, and 4.6% of the total referendum funds have been paid to date. Now let's talk about design projects, which you have discussed in your earlier executive session. The next large-scale projects in the design process, of course, is the Robert Smalls International Academy Replacement School and the Battery Creek High School extensive renovation. Agreements between the district and the architects have been fully executed, and the construction management risk proposals for each school has been received, with a reward of a contract expected today. With board approval of the final proposals in executive session, these two extensive projects can move forward from the current design phase to implementation. Our community outreach. The communications subcommittee, working with the district's communication office, updates the clock website monthly with our meeting presentations, reports, and minutes. The subcommittee is working with the district as planned for the ribbon cutting on September the 23rd for the River Ridge Academy, as well as community input meetings for the design of Robert Smalls International Academy and Battery Creek High School. This committee is honored to serve the public, and we will now stand down for any questions from the board.
Ms. Fidrich? You're muted, Tricia.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Boggs. Before I ask any questions, I just want to thank each and every one of the clock members for their service to our entire community. You all have put in so much time, and we're very grateful for your oversight. So, Mr. Barber, could you just speak a little bit more about that, the cash flow? From all the numbers you were speaking of right there, are we just a little behind in our spending? And what does that foretell?
That's a great question. Thank you. Early on in large projects, and especially with the amount that you have for a referendum, you're in what we call the scale-up process. So moving quickly and doing design work as well as is approving contracts is important to make sure that you can implement projects and then begin to pay for those projects, because you want to complete them within a 4-year period. So you would see this early on, but making sure that you approve contracts and expedite them as quickly as possible once they've been fully vetted, to make sure that we can keep all the projects on schedule.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Go back until see the hand. Yeah, I also wanted to personally thank the entire clock committee. You're doing great work for the district and the board and the community. And I really think it's very important to have you involved, especially to try to continue to improve the trust of the district and board with the community. And so my hat's off to you all. Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also appreciate all the effort that every one of you has put in. I know it's not easy. I just want to hit one of my pet emphasis points. Will you all, Mr. Barber, be doing a lessons learned to see what we can gain from some? So we had a couple of misses, I think, on our cost estimates. I'm just wondering if you all are going to do that.
Mr. Scrivener, that's a great question. And yes, we can do that. We can provide you with lessons learned. I would encourage that to be done at the operations department level with each one of the contractors as well, to make sure what are we learning from the individual contractors that we're utilizing for projects. That's what we would call a project postmortem, to make sure that is done so that we can capture those lessons learned, the things that we not only missed, but also what were the things that we did well that we want to repeat as well.
All right, thank you. I try to avoid postmortem because it carries kind of a negative connotation. That's why I always use lessons learned.
Yeah, I understand. But yes, and the lessons can be positive as well as the things we did well, as well as those things that we missed and what did we learn from them. So yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Colonel Guyer.
Yes, Mr. Barber, can you tell the board, have you had a chance to look at the subs that the prime contractors have engaged and ensured that we are giving at least subcontracts to local firms and especially women and minority firms? Have you looked at that?
Yes, we have, Colonel Dyer, we have reviewed that. We're making sure that we look at minority-owned businesses and making sure that's being tracked. We know that's being tracked within the contracts, and that's part of what the general contractors are tracking as well. That's also posted for when the RFPs or the requests to go out. They also are looking for minority contractors, so we do review that during each one of the review processes.
Mr. Smith.
How you doing, Mr. Bob? I would definitely like to thank you and the whole clock committee for putting in the time that you put in for the community. We definitely value you and we appreciate you. With that being said, Mr. Bob, I'd also like to ask you, can you tell me how deep in depth do you guys look at, you and this board look into individual contracts? I know, do y'all look at them by contract or by venue by venue? Can you explain to us how do you proceed in that?
Mr. Smith, that's a great question. We do not review the individual contracts. We are not. We feel that is a legal obligation to make sure contracts are legal. The legal department of the school district should review those. We just make sure we understand what is the scope of work, what is the cost of that scope of work, and is that scope of work delivered according to that. So the contractual arrangement should be handled by those in the legal department. I don't believe, I know most of my members, and I don't believe any of my members are attorneys. So we would like to make sure that's handled at the district level.
Also, we were told that y'all go out there, y'all actually visit the sites and view the work from time to time. How does that work within the scope of y'all actually looking into what is being done?
Well, we know what the designs are or what are supposed to be delivered for the projects. We do have subcommittees. One of those is the project subcommittee. Myself, Mike McNally, and Mr. Carlton Dallas are on that committee. Carlton Dallas represents the finance committee as well. And we view the sites. We know what the plans are. We review the actual architectural plans and know what's supposed to be delivered. And then we check the quality of the construction. We actually just recently did that for May River Ridge, and we also did that at Beaufort High School as well. Mr. McNally and I have both extensive backgrounds in construction and construction management. We can look at a site very quickly and determine whether or not the quality of the construction is what it should be and what's being paid for. And we also can do ask questions of the project managers when we're on site as well to make sure we understand where the project is according to cost and schedule versus what we have been tracking. So we spend that time at the site. We also interact with some of the subcontractors as well to understand the work that's going on. And as I said earlier in my report, what we have reported is the work to date is excellent. The county is receiving what they are paying for. And actually, in the case of these two projects, based upon the amount that was budgeted, both of those projects have come significantly under what was budgeted.
I still have maybe about two more questions, Madam Chair. How should I proceed?
Let's
Should
let
I
the
go?
next person go and we'll come back to you. Ms. Orshak?
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Ted, do you ever look at change orders? Do you get to that level or no?
Yes, we do. We review a contingency log. There is a contingency log that goes, that is used by the department for any changes, and we review that every month. So that's updated. We look at what the changes are and how we're tracking against the actual owner's contingency. So we do review that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I noticed that you said that you were out at Beaufort High School. Were there any parts at Beaufort High School that stood out to you that you looked at, or any areas?
Yes. Well, now we did review that. Those are athletic facility improvements. The actual field, the new turf field. I know there's still the track is supposed to have a new surface placed on it. There's some dugout work that is occurring, as well as press puck work at the baseball fields. I can say that the actual surface, the turf itself that was installed, is excellent. It's a much better improvement over what the students had. We also interacted with some of the coaching staff and talked to them about what was planned, and they were very excited about the quality of the work and what was planned at the school. So it's a much needed improvement to those facilities, and I know we're upgrading a lot of those across the county. And if those reflect what the other schools will have, then it's very high quality upgrades, and it's long overdue. I was very pleased with the quality of the construction and the actual look and feel of the new field, as well as all the new track facilities.
Okay. Did y'all get a chance to go inside the building?
No, we did not go inside the building at all that day. We did not. It was only looking at those athletics field improvements.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me ask you this last question. If there are any redones in the buildings, or something that was done incorrectly, do they bring that before y'all? If they missed it, for instance, if they missed it and knocked out a wall on a project, and that wall has to be replaced, or they have to re-put that wall back up, and it costs, will they bring that to your attention or no?
No, they would not bring that to our attention. Please remember, the contracts that we have are construction management at risk. So that is at the risk of the actual company doing the work. So if they make a mistake, that's on them. So it's what you call a guaranteed maximum price. So what they bid and what they price is what they do. If they mess up, then the contractor has to absorb it.
Right, but just to ask you in another form. But if someone mess up, do they at least acknowledge that to y'all, that there was someone who messed something up, and it was corrected, that it was corrected, so that there's a clear understanding that there was something that took place there, but now it's been corrected?
No, unless it was a major issue, we wouldn't be updated on that. We just follow the general construction, and we want to make sure it's on time and on schedule, so we don't get into that detail.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. You're awesome.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. That concludes your report.
Thank you. Thank all the clock members for being here this evening. Again, to the board, to let you know, we do meet the first Wednesday of every month. We're doing that by Zoom. We do plan to resume face-to-face meetings next month. We will be meeting at May River High School with proper social distancing, because we want to start meeting in person because of the work that we do. Again, I extend the invitation to any board member. If you would like to meet, you're welcome to do so. Dr. Rodriguez can share with you our agenda as well as our meeting times. We normally meet at 6 p.m. You're welcome to join us at any time. You also, if you have any questions in the interim before we give the board updates, you're welcome to email myself. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have ongoing. So we thank you. We'll continue to press forward. All in all, we're very pleased where we are with the current status of our overall project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. All right, we're now down to the chairman's report, and I want to give an update on the forensic audit. The Board of Education chose an audit firm earlier this month, pending successful contract negotiations. And the board chose Hainsworth Sinkler Boyd as the law firm to negotiate the contract with the audit firm. The Board of Education has signed a letter of engagement with the law firm, and the law firm is working on the contract with the audit firm, and it looks like they're probably very close to finishing it. I would suspect that in literally the next few days that it will be completed. And then the time frame for the audit is 30 days. We're now down to the approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion for the September 1 meeting minutes?
I move that we approve the September 1 board meeting minutes.
Do we have a second?
Earl, I
Earl
think
said it.
Earl.
Yeah. Any discussion? All right, voting is open.
Yes.
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 It's not open yet, but here it goes. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Earl was a yes. John was a yes. Joanne, how do you want to vote?
I just got it open, Robin. Thank you.
Got you.
The motion carries unanimously. We're now down to the September 2nd meeting minutes. We need a motion.
Okay.
Okay,
Robert.
go ahead, Kathy.
Join the meeting. Oh, I move that we approve the September 2nd special called executive session meeting minutes.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mel Campbell, any discussion? Okay, voting is open.
Yes.
Yes. No.
The motion carries 10-0-1, the one abstention, Dr. Wisniewski. We're now on to the third set of minutes for a motion.
Madam
To
Chair,
approve?
I make
Yes.
a motion that we approve September 3rd meeting.
Just add the word minutes there, minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay, thank you, Earl. A second?
A second.
Okay, that's Tricia Fidrich. Any discussion? All right, voting is now open.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We're now to the committee reports. We first have academic committee with Chair Tricia Fidrich.
Thank you, Dr. Quads. Fellow board members, we bring back to you once again the academic committee's revised scope of work. When we were with you last meeting, there was a request for some supporting documents. So we're going to go through those supporting documents, if you will bear with me. I'm going to start with the revised committee's scope of work for your consideration. And it says, I'm move that the academic committee's current scope of work be revised to the scope of work that focuses on performance expectation, PE1, PE6, and other topics as assigned by the chair or board. Last meeting, fellow board member requested that the PEs be placed in board docs. So we're going to go through those PEs. Robin, would you please call up PE1?
Give me a second, here it comes.
Okay. As Robin's doing that, I wanted to remind board members what PE1 is. PE1 is Performance Expectations Instructional Program. PE1 includes areas of expectation for achievement. PE11, and please stop me at any time, provide equitable and challenging learning experiences. Teachers will participate in collaborative learning. These are all performance expectations that would be presented to the academic committee. Develop and implement a comprehensive assessment system. Ensure that all students and staff members have regular and ready access to instructional technology. As you can see, I'm not reading it in its entirety. In the area of learning environment, monitor and adjust curriculum. Engage families in meaningful ways in their children's education. Gather, analyze, and use data and research. Assign sufficient staff to meet the vision and purpose of each school. In administrative programs, ensure that each student has access to guidance services. Allocate and protect instructional time to support student learning. And promote active engagement of students in the learning process. So PE1 is already in our scope of work. We are asking the board to approve that it continue to be in the academic committee's scope of work. The second area, supporting document, was PE6 that you asked that be included in board docs. PE6 has to do with treatment of students and discipline. Some of the areas, the superintendent will provide equal educational opportunity in a safe, helpful, non-discriminatory, and secure environment for all students. Maintain a climate characterized by support and encouragement by all adults for high student achievement. Implement programs that promote health, mental health, wellness, and nutrition. Intervention strategies. Appropriately involve teachers, admin, students, parents in developing student discipline policies. I'm sure that as I'm reading this, many of you will remember these are the PEs we've already brought forward, some of these to the board. Assure that teachers, students, and parents are informed. Ensure that all policies and administrative rules regarding student discipline are enforced and prohibit student behavior that disrupts learning. So once again, it is already a PE that's included in the academic committee's scope of work. We are merely asking that you support it to continue to be in the academic committee's scope of work. And lastly, Robin, would you please call up the annual work plan? You all will notice in the annual work plan that some of the work that the academic committee has done includes presentations by the Chief Instructional Services Officer in the areas of PE 1.1, PE 1.2, all the way down through 6, and then it jumps to 1.9, 110, 111. The academic committee is requesting that the board understands that we were not limited just to these. We were also interested in looking at all the other areas that are included in PE1. You can jump down to PE6. That too was under the umbrella of the academic committee. We are asking you to recommit to these PEs being in the academic committee's scope of work. So going back to the original motion, there was another consideration or concern with the academic committee scope of work, that it included topics assigned by the chair. In review of our current policies, policy 3.2, section 9, Roman numeral 9, B as in boy, it states that items may be assigned to the committee by the board chair. We felt that it was important to comply with our current policies, even though policies may change in the future. So once again, we are bringing this forward as the academic committee's revised scope of work. Any questions?
Ms. Orszag?
Tricia, just a quick question. We discussed at our policy meeting recently, or the board meeting dedicated to reviewing policy. There was some confusion about whether there is a policy, whether the chair assigns topics to committees or whether the full board does it as body. Did we get to the bottom of that? Because I think the last exchange that, and Mr. Stribinger, correct me if I'm wrong, we couldn't locate the policy that pointed to the chair. And it sounded like the policy committee had removed that one. So I'm confused. I know we may have a couple different versions of our policy manual, perhaps, contributing to that confusion as we're going through the process of firming that up. So did we get to the bottom of that? It's definitely in there.
Yes, as I saw on the online version, policy 3.2, Roman numeral 9, letter B.
Okay.
Says that items may be assigned to the committee by the board chair.
As long as it's in there, that's the only thing I need to know. Thanks, Trish.
Right. Uh-huh. Any other questions, Dr. Watts? I can't see the hands.
No, let me,
Or actually, I should commend you on how you doing this, because presenting and checking those hands at the same time is difficult.
thank you. Mr. Dowling?
I'd just like to thank Ms. Friedrich for this presentation. Clarifies a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling. So therefore, academic committee members, would someone like to reiterate this motion?
I will.
Let's see.
I move that the academic committee's current scope of work be revised to the scope of work that focuses on performance expectations, PE1, PE6, and other topics as assigned by the chair or board.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I missed who seconded it.
Mel.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Smith?
I know that Mrs. Orszag just asked a question, but as she said, the last time we had this conversation, I almost remember that we were saying that we were going to hold off on that until we got clarification from the committee of David Scribner's committee. And I was just kind of concerned that this was bought, the last part of it was bought, and it was supposed to go get clarification from the committee. And I do respect Mrs. Friedrich's understanding, but I was just thought that we were waiting on that clarification from that committee.
If I may, Dr. Quad?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Smith, I understood it as we operate under our current policies. Our current policies say, again, 3.2, Roman numeral 9, letter B, as I stated before. The proposed policies that have not made it through a first reading yet, I believe is different, where it does not say by the board chair, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I just add that, Tricia, you found it in the the minutes or the policies that are online. It's also the same number, same Roman numeral in our book, in the written policies that we have. So it's both places.
Thank you, Kathy.
Ms. Orshak?
Hey, Tricia, that you just raised an interesting point. So if our new manual is approved, will that still be in there? That the chair has the authority to assign topics to committees?
Joanne, it was my full intent that once we get through the required number of readings of our new policy, and if it changes, so that is no longer by the board chair, that the academic committee would come back to the board and revise that particular section.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, voting is open.
Mr. Strivenger had his hand up.
He put it down though.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see it go down.
I'm paying attention.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes.
Sorry, but thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Does
Go team, go.
Yay.
Yay.
Does that conclude your report?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're now down to the Finance Committee, Chair Joanne Orshak.
Okay, Finance Committee met last Thursday, and we had a rather full agenda. We have 3 recommendations for the board this evening. Before we begin the report, I just want to give an overview, the long picture. We have the committee agreed that we have 2 meetings left, one in October, one in November, and we were going to reserve December for any unfinished business, buttoning up any loose ends, headed into the new year, because of course in January, the Finance Committee will be reconstituted. So we've also taken a look ahead at our October and November agendas, and we've already placed some additional topics on there already, and perhaps they may also be expanded. We have one request coming out of committee for the officers, for the board officers. One of the topics that committee member Dick Geyer presented was taking a look at 8% funding and how that applies toward any emergency scenarios as we head headlong into hurricane season, for example. And the committee thought it best to first have the board be presented with what our emergency plan is that's already in place. So officers, we are formally submitting to you tonight for an upcoming agenda, hopefully sooner rather than later, a review of the district's emergency plan so that the Finance Committee can then follow up in either October or November, or perhaps even beyond the new year, with what 8% funding looks like as applied to that. So that's a request. Now let me get to our board business this evening. The Finance Committee recommends to the full board that you accept PE 4.5, a minority and women's business. Tanya, help me out here. I always forget that.
Enterprise.
Enterprise. Thank you. Report through June 30th, 2020.
That was Dr. Wisniewski?
Yes.
Yeah.
What I want to point out to everyone is this is the report that looks back the year behind us. And let me open the report here. It's important for everyone to understand that all we are agreeing to this evening is not whether we have met our 20% goal, but according to how this is presented, that all we have simply done is, not simply, but taking great care to prudent judgment, sound financial practices, including comparative pricing while taking into account long-term quality and cost. This is what we are agreeing to. The committee has placed an additional look-see at our minority and women's report on our October agenda. We want to perhaps revisit what our goals are. We want to understand if any other South Carolina districts are meeting those goals. So we are going to be looking at this performance expectation a little more in depth in October. But this is what's in front of you this evening for approval. Any questions?
Yes, there are two questions.
Yeah, Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes, Madam Chair, when they had the meeting last week, I was concerned that maybe what we need to do is to get back with the delegation and see if they can't change some of the language. Look at Collin County, how their delegation did with them. So that's my request.
Yeah, and perhaps, as the new year rolls around and we develop a brand new legislative priorities list, that might eventually make its way onto one of those. I can't remember it actually making the list in recent years, but I would support it if I would be here. That's for certain, Mr. Campbell.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Any other questions about this?
Yeah, Ms. Fidrich?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Glotz. Ms. Orshad, could you explain the chart that's included down a little bit further below? And I'm specifically interested in the certified column. So when you look at the certified, the first 4 entries, Red Iron, CBRE, MBCon, LS3P, they have certified and certification numbers. Then the entire rest of the list is non-certified. So how are they included in this list if they're not certified?
Well, that's a question I think that has to go to Ms. Crosby. That was not a question that was actually raised at the committee meeting, not that I can recall. Rachel, Dick, I don't think we touched on that.
No, well, I was just can explain it though. She did give some information of the why.
Yeah.
Is she on? I can give my remembrance of it.
Tanya's on.
She's just okay. Can't see everybody.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Yes.
The goal is per the procurement code that it is a goal for certified minority and women business enterprises. It is extremely rare, particularly in our area, for us to have, there are very few certified women and minority business enterprises that are service our area. And so as a result of that, we capture both certified and non-certified vendors as well. So that what you see before you is the those with the certificate number are those that are certified, and we capture those totals of $50,000 in our numbers, and they represent 0.07% of our controllable budget. But yet, when we capture all women and minority enterprise vendors, we have achieved an 8.21% of our controllable budget. So we continue to capture information on other vendors. It is a certification process is an invasive and sometimes a difficult process to navigate. And so many vendors choose not to participate in the certification process. So, but we continue to capture their information on this report as information to the board.
So if I may?
Yes.
So Tanya, there is a benefit to be certified because, can you just, I mean, is there an outreach that we can do to help with this certification process so we can capture them and we can try to, use more minority women business enterprise? Or are you saying that it's not really an advantage for them as owners of those enterprises to have that certification?
Well, I believe it's the Small Business Association that actually assists with the certification, and so we direct our vendors to that resource to receive assistance. I don't have anyone dedicated specifically for that outreach, but we do. Our vendors are. Some of our larger vendors, particularly our construction companies, have folks that are specialized in that sort of thing. So they are prepared to do some of that outreach on our behalf. But we do not currently have anyone dedicated to provide a specific assistance with that. We can send them over, get them in touch with the appropriate agencies to assist with that.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, I'm looking at the graph, and 5 years ago, we exceeded the 20%. So I can understand, I guess, why it's gone up in 2020 a bit, because we're certainly involved in more building, but why do you think that we were able to exceed it? What was going on in 2015 that
the construction of May River High School and the completion of River Ridge were around that time frame?
Okay, so when we did River Ridge now and the May River, we did increase, but we didn't get back up to the 20%.
Generally, the times in which we were able to meet the goal or exceed the goal were times of heavy construction. So we do expect for that 8% to climb more in our next quarter. This is actually a report for only a 6-month period. So we do, this is just from January through June. So we were just ramping up on our construction program in January. So really there wasn't, it was basically architectural services going on, and then some construction beginning soon after that. So I think we're going to see even higher results in the next semester of this year, this first fall quarter or semester.
Madam Chair, if I may interject.
Yes.
The committee recognizes that it is not our position or place to generate ideas or suggest ways to increase participation. If the committee revisits this in October, it's to understand what's being done around the state. It's to perhaps look at our goals. Are they too lofty? Are they not high enough? And submit that to the board for review and approval. And then it would be up to, obviously, district staff and administration to implement or find appropriate ways, obviously complying with our procurement code on that. But again, what the board is approving tonight is just that, very simply on that first page, that we have followed under superintendent's interpretation. We have followed our procurement code, very, very general terms. The board agreeing to this performance expectation has very little to do this evening with meeting the goals and that sort of thing. It really doesn't. But perhaps in the future, if the committee presents a revised performance or operational expectation to the board, it may.
Mr. Geyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To get on to Ms. Fiderich's question, the federal government does allow women and minority firms to get a competitive advantage in the bidding process. As I understand it, the state of South Carolina and the procurement code does not allow that competitive advantage. So it is really not in their interest to go through a very invasive process to become certified as that. You have to show bank statements, you've got to show deeds and all kinds of other things to get that certification. So again, what we mentioned before is we're gonna have to go to our delegation and talk to them about adopting programs that make it an advantage for minority and women-owned businesses to get more bids on a competitive basis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I'm concerned with what's being reported in terms of certified contractors versus none. And to Joanne's point, our goals too lofty for our conditions, or should we change, what we're looking for in terms of portion of that contract? Because in my mind, we're getting an exaggerated report compared to what's reality. So yeah, I think we need to either relook at what we're asking from the district in terms of minority contracts, and doing due diligence and finding out how many minority contractors are out there that we can, engage realistically. If they're out there, then we want to get them. But if they're not out there, then we can't get them. That's basically what I want to say.
Gotcha. Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, I was just going to say that I agree with what Colonel Grier said. The federal government does not require a lot of stuff that the state does. You can go in and put in for a contract, and if your bid is low enough, you will probably get it. But the state, it doesn't work that way. The other thing is that I think because the uptick we saw last year or year before, it was because MB Khan had a person that was working with these minority contractors to help them to get some employment. And like I said before, we need to sit down with our delegation and we need to take a look at what Colleton County delegation did to help them. And I think we can move forward with that. Thank you.
Before we move on, Robin, do you have a motion up there so we can see
Yeah,
that?
but we still have questions. Mr. William Smith?
No, I understand that, but I would like to see the motion.
No,
Give me a moment.
Thank you, Robin. I appreciate it.
Mr. Smith, go ahead.
I do agree with what Mr. Campbell, Mr. Earl and Geyer said, especially with the reaching out to our legislative delegation to see how Colleton County have moved their numbers. But as well, I still think that this is still something that should be looked at. And I believe I believe that the district can get this done. I mean, I'm sure there are contractors everywhere that are willing to come and that would like to build their resume and also like to do work for the district. But it's also I think it's also concerning when Mrs. Crosby said that there was a lengthy amount of paperwork as well with it that goes along with it. And my question is to Mrs. Crosby is the lengthy paperwork, is that something coming from the district part, or is that coming from the federal government part? Where's that?
It's coming from in the certification process. It's not a district process. it's a certification to become certified in minority business, as a minority business enterprise. It's not a district process.
Right. So, and that certification, what does that certification bring? Can you tell me?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
My question again is, what does that certification allows you to do?
It allows you to be identified as a certified minority business enterprise. In our district, we do, our procurement code and state law does not allow us to provide a preference to certified minority business enterprises or any other, or local vendors or any other vendor. So in our district, it allows us to identify it toward the goal, but it doesn't give any specific advantage for a vendor over another in order to allow a competitive process.
So then my question will become, is it something even worth having?
Well, that would be up to the discretion of the individual vendor to decide. There may be benefits at a federal government contract level, as Mr. Geyer and Mr. Campbell spoke of, but for the school district, I'm not certain if there is an advantage for them. Certainly, it allows us to help meet our goal, but that would be up to the individual vendor to decide.
Also, with that being said, so the district does not have to make that requirement for them to have that certification. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we don't.
We do not require the certification.
So if we don't require that certification, then we possibly, if we don't not require certification, we possibly can be able to get more in the minority contractors. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of your.
Oh, excuse me. If we do not require that particular certification, then we possibly will be able to get more minority contractors. Is that correct to say?
Yes, we currently do not require the certification, so we do seek other contractors to seek interest in our bidding process. So that's why we indicate those that are certified and are not on our on the last page of this report.
Mrs. Crosby, you've kind of lost me a little bit in your answer. It seemed like you answered half of the question and not the whole question. So let me put it to you another way. If they don't have the certification, will that require less? Would that require a less financial cost to them, as well as not having the certification? And will not having the certification, will that allow them to be? Will it be easier for them to come and work for the district? To get a contract is my point.
It will not make it easier because we don't provide a preference in our procurement code. I don't know if there's a financial impact. There's certainly a time element to making an application because it does require, I believe, tax returns and financial information. So it is a timely process. So I'm not sure if there's if there's a cost to it, but there's certainly resources that have to be exhausted to attain the certification process. But there is no particular advantage for them with Beaufort County School District since we're unable to give preference to specific vendors.
Based upon the state, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you
not allowed, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. No more further questions.
Mr. Mel Kimball?
So that being the case, then this whole PE 4.5 is absolutely useless.
Right.
I mean, if you're not shooting for this goal, and that goal would mean you'd have to hire people who are probably not certified contractors but are uncertified. And you're saying that you're not giving preference to the fact that they are uncertified and the fact that they're minorities, and we're shooting to get this minority 20% goal, then I mean, there's nothing we're doing towards getting that. So shooting for it is, shooting dots in the dark.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes.
Although we are not required, not allowed to provide a preference to certain vendors, it is clearly stated as a goal of the board in the procurement code, and that we must measure it on a regular basis. We do have outreach. We have vendors that provide outreach programs for their subcontractors. And so you'll see many of the construction vendors have several subcontractors that they are encouraged, and some of which are certified. And so they do have, as Earl Campbell said earlier, MBCon has a dedicated employee to minority and business outreach, women-owned business outreach. So they do have some certified vendors on that, and they do work with them. So we do, and then we offer the vendor fairs to provide other outreach and connect our subcontractors with the general contractors to encourage that participation as well. So I do believe there is outreach, and as an effort, there are efforts to meet that goal. It is not easy to meet that goal, but I believe that we're going to see significant progress in the next half year, next 6 months, for example, particularly since our construction is ramping up, and we will have, I believe that you're going to be encouraged, that the numbers will be encouraging as I report to you the next 6 months.
All right, thank you. I can't ask for anything other than encouraging numbers. That's what I'm looking at, and those numbers are not encouraging. I don't know who to lay the blame, but it's not encouraging.
Very true.
Colonel Guyer?
Yeah, I'd like to respond to you, Mel. I go and visit and listen to the clock meetings, and I make sure that at every clock meeting, this topic is brought up. That's the value of tracking this. We can't do it by law. We can't give them a competitive advantage, but we can stress to our contractors that that's a good thing to do. If you want to get further work from this district, you will actively seek local minority and women businesses. And that's the value. And unfortunately, without changing the law in the South Carolina, that's all we can do. But I think it's important that we track it so that we continue to put the pressure on our contractors to seek out these businesses.
Exactly. That's been the law before we came up with this, with this PE. So obviously we had other things intended to get it done. And I think you hit the nail on the head. We have to make sure our contractors are in tune with our philosophy.
Mr. Smith?
As I'm sitting here and just listening to this conversation, and one thing concerns me is that I question, even if we move up. First, a process question, Mrs. Crosby. Let me ask you this. Basically, so when we have programs, these contractors, they subcontract out to minorities, correct?
We can report either contractors or subcontractors. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, now let me ask you this. So when Mr. Campbell said earlier that that MBCon, or whoever the company was, that they had people who specifically help them get contracts. Basically, they're helping them because basically MBCon will be the insurance, the company that have the higher amount of insurance, correct? That who actually would qualify to get the contract. If that makes sense. Mr. Guyer, you shaking your head? Is that correct, Mr. Guyer?
that is correct. I mean, we hire a general contractor. That general contractor is free to hire subs. And those subs are under his general contract for bonding and insurance and all of that. But it's up to that contractor to put the demands on the subcontractor. We can't control who he goes out and subcontracts to. Only thing we can control is to say, we encourage you to hire these firms. And if you want to have our business in the future, you will continue to hire folks like that. So, but that's the only thing we can really do.
Right. I got you. And thank you for actually answering that question. My point is this. I'm really concerned. Are we really making our goals if we're hiring, if the actual contract still has a middleman who is the actual subcontractor, I mean the actual contractor, and he's actually subcontracted out to a minority? Are we really hitting our targets? Because the minority business is still not getting the full financial benefit as though a regular contractor who can contract it out himself that he's getting. So that kinds of that's something that's concerning, because if we said that we want minorities to get a 20%, the question lies in my head, if the contract is subcontract out and he doesn't have the whole contract, is he really getting 20% of the contracts? So that's just, I mean, I wrestle with that. Are we meeting our goals if we hire it out to MBCon subtracts it out? MBCon is still getting paid off that contractor versus a minority taking the contract from beginning to end and he not having to subcontract that out. That's my point. Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of these subcontractors don't want to give you the information that they ask for. Many times, and that's the reason why they don't be certified. And the state of South Carolina is not going to change the procurement code. Part of this procurement code came into existence maybe about 10, 15 years ago. It was much slacker before, but that's the reason why I say we need to sit down and talk with the delegation, get a copy of Colleton County proposal that they people did for them and go from there. That's the only way we're going to solve this, because the state of South Carolina is not going to change their procurement code, period.
Ms. Orshak?
Thank you. Robin, there it is. There's the motion. I want to point out that the committee briefly touched on the fact that this particular performance expectation looks like it could easily fit into the operations committee, their purview, or the finance committee. Years ago, we had it conjoined, finance and operations. But this PE, it comes out of finance. Why? Because this is strictly and solely focused on procurement, which is under finance's umbrella. Okay, so that's why this committee deals with that. And many of the topics that you all have been discussing tonight sort of reach and extend into operations. We are strictly looking at this from a procurement perspective. That's that. Tricia, did we answer your question? I suspect that maybe the pie charts in the presentation show you how the non-certified folks work their way in to how we calculate the percentages. Is that what you were asking, or no? Tricia.
Yes, I'm good. Everybody, all this conversation helped. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I hope that we can have a vote on this now.
Yep, voting is open.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Watts, how are you voting?
I voted yes.
Oh, it didn't come through.
Huh.
All right.
The motion carries 10-1. The no is Melvin Campbell.
Per usual, that's one of our most evocative performance expectations, and it elicits the most responses and input. Moving on. PE 4.7, Tanya presented our fourth quarter financial report to the committee, and the committee recommends to the full board that you accept performance expectation 4.7, monitoring the fiscal year 2020 fourth quarter financial statements for period ending June 30th, 2020.
Second the motion.
Okay. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Glotz. Ms. Warshak, can you just summarize some of the more salient points that were brought up regarding this in the committee?
There was a whole attachment that Tanya presented regarding some of our savings through COVID. It is not included in here. If I may, I would prefer to defer to Ms. Crosby to highlight the most significant areas brought forward here.
All right. So a couple of the major areas. First of all, this is an unaudited financial statement. This, as of the fourth quarter, there are some final entries that have to be made. We're in the process of doing our final year-end closings. Auditors have begun their work this week. So we'll be working through the next several months to prepare for the December 1 deadline put out by the State Department of Education. So just some couple of highlights. If you would, Robin, if you would go to the first page with numbers, that would be great. So, well, the next one, sorry. And one more. So I want to highlight this page. First of all, local property taxes are the first line, and they show a budget of 149.7 million. We actually have received, as of this date, 147.6. So at this time, we are $2 million short on the budgeted ad valorem taxes in the general fund. So overall, we do have a shortfall in those revenues in the total revenues. So if you scroll down a bit, if you would, total revenues are short by about $746,000. The next page provides a little more detail, and the expenditures are what I'm going to highlight here, which is the most significant. We had a budget of $254.3 million, and due to some intentional savings due to COVID and deferrals of certain items, freezing vacancies, and non-freezing spending, we have a savings in our expenditures of 11.7 million. So there is an addition to fund balance of net change in fund balance is $9.8 million. So let me make sure that number is correct. Yes. So 9.8 million is the addition to fund balance in this year as an unaudited number, which brings our budgeted expenditures, our percentage of fund balance to right over 17%. And as you may recall, our fund balance range that has been adopted by the board is a 15 to 17% range. So we're now at the top of our range. So that is a positive outlook to enter into this new year, which in the next few years actually, which have some financial uncertainties. As you know, the state is already discussing budgetary items, and we'll end their session, I believe, late September or mid-October. So we'll be able to amend our budget and make any adjustments at that time. But that puts the district in a position that we could offset any potential cuts that may occur or cover any potential increases that may need to occur in spending, such as custodial sanitation efforts and so on.
Great. Thank you. Oh, I'm
so-
sorry.
Thank you. That's the general highlights of that report.
Excellent. Thank you.
And Tricia, I just want to add that if you go into board docs, and I don't think it's included at tonight's meeting, but if you go in from our last finance committee meeting, you will see a sheet that Tanya prepared with all of the savings detailed that we've realized through COVID thus far, and it'll provide a little more background.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Colonel Guyer? Dick, you're muted.
Okay, I want to emphasize a couple things on this report. Number one, there was not an excess of funding available from local property taxes. We had a view from some at the county that the millage rate was set too high and we would have a surplus of, I think, as much as $14 million. The millage rate was not too high. The millage rate that was adopted by the county council for local property taxes was right on target until March. Starting in March, revenue dropped off the chart, frankly. And that's why we came in short on tax revenue. The millage didn't change, but they didn't collect this amount that they anticipated. And it started in March. And what else happened in March? Well, that's when the COVID impact hit us. So one of the things I want to make sure that people understand as we go forward with our budget for this year is that just because we had a surplus this year does not mean we can reduce the millage for the current fiscal year. And that's very important because we don't know what kind of tax revenue we're going to get with a full year of impact of COVID. Hopefully it won't be too bad, but we don't know. We also had not only the savings from COVID, but we also got fundings from Hurricane Matthew that came in. So there was some one-time pluses that won't come in this year as well. So we just have to make sure that as we get our adjustment to our budget, when the state makes its revenue known to us and we go back to county council again, I don't see any way we are going to ask for a reduction in the millage rate. In fact, if I was in charge, and I'm not, but if I was in charge, I would have a slight increase just to anticipate a further drop in
Tax revenue. Yeah.
So that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Mrs. Crosby, I'd like to start off by saying thank you for this report, as well as one thing that I really do like is that we have a date and year on the bottom of the report, so we can identify when the report was given and what month. It'd just be one thing I would ask that you'd add to that. And this report is outstanding. It is if you would number the pages, because as you were going along, I was trying to figure out which page you were on a couple of times. If you would put numbers on these pages, this would be a great. Well, it is a great report, but I would just ask if you would add numbers to it. And that's pretty much all I got. Thank you for your report. Thanks for putting the date and time on it. I mean the month on it, so that we can know what year and what month it was done. If you add the pages on this, it'd be great. Thank you. I wish everyone would follow suit.
Will do. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, Ms.
Striblinger.
Crosby.
Mr. Striblinger.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I must have been daydreaming. Tanya, what line would the CARES money show up on? Would that be a separate line item in revenues, or I'm trying to figure out where that would show up.
Okay. Robin, if you would scroll down to the page that has multiple columns right there. Okay. So if we had spent money in CARES Act in the previous fiscal year, they would show on this report. However, we did not spend funds until beginning July 1. So they would be in your state revenues in the special project funds column, the second column from the left under state, the $15 million there.
Mm-hmm.
So we currently receive a variety of state revenue, but $5 million has been allocated to us, but the spending is claimed. So we spend first, use our own cash to spend, and then we claim the funds and are reimbursed for them. So whatever portion of spending occurs during the next fiscal year will show in that column.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure if we had spent any prior to the 30th. So it'll be easily identifiable in the next quarterly report of our.
Yes, sir. And I can, well, this is a more summarized report, but I believe that our normal quarterly reports are a little more specific, a little more detailed, but I can certainly highlight that specific line item and make sure that I'm updating the board on that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, I'm sorry if you already said this, but it was something that was mentioned in the Finance Committee as well that I wanted to touch on, and that's that the delinquent taxes that are received in July and August are applied to the prior year, correct?
Yes.
And anything that's received thereafter is applied. Where would I find it on this chart? If I was going there, not on this
so
one,
are you referring, Robin, if you could scroll so we can see the top in local revenues. So the property tax line under local revenues, that $147 million, we include current auto and delinquent tax in that that line. So that would be taxes delinquents. So if you're referring specifically to delinquent tax revenue, we would include anything from basically September 1st of the fiscal year through August 31st of the next fiscal year. Those would all be included in that number.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I guess there being no further questions, the voting is now open.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Dowling?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Robin, somehow I couldn't vote.
Dr. Glatz, did your,
Yes.
let's go, okay.
The motion carries unanimously.
Tanya, thank you. Moving on to our final item this evening, and this will complete our report. The Finance Committee presents to the full board our fully revised operational expectations out of the Finance Committee. I move the board accept the Finance Committee's recommendation to approve operational expectations 5, 6, 7, along with, wait a minute, let me get the formal titles, Rob, and bear with me here for my motion. All right, operational expectation number 5, financial planning. Operational expectation number 6, financial administration. Operational expectation number 7, asset protection. Not finished. Operational expectation, I guess we'll call it number 8, administrative technology. And operational expectation number 9, food and nutrition services.
Mr. Stribinger?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Here a second.
I have to wait for a second, don't I?
Okay.
Did we get a second?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
I'll second. If I second, then I can talk.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll second. I was just wondering, are these changes to the policies that are going through the first reading, or are these changes to the existing policy? Going back to the issue we had with the Trish Fidrich, they talk about
So,
which one we were dealing with.
so the use of policy here confuses me. In my mind, there's a separate distinction between board policies, that's one category, and operational expectations being a whole separate category, not utilizing the word policy at all, but more referencing the board's expectations for our employee, the superintendent. So this is what our committee was working on. We worked very collaboratively with Tanya to revise and edit our existing performance expectations and added 2 new ones based upon a need that we were missing a couple. For example, the food service and the administrative technology. I don't know if that answers your question, David, does it?
No, I have no problems. I think they're good expectations, but they're called OEs, and OEs are our new policies.
Yes.
So that's what so I'm trying to figure out whether we should do this tonight or should it be during the reading. That's all.
Yeah, well, I do know that the committee recognizes, all of our committees were tasked with months ago, really digging in and reviewing the performance expectations that pertain and are relevant to our committees. And we're done with ours. I realize we are the first committee to submit all of ours to the full board. It may be early, I don't know. It may not be the appropriate setting this evening, but I do know that we have completed our task and we have them for the board's review and approval this evening. We were not given any guidelines as to what might be the appropriate forum to bring them forward. We just were tasked with, as were all our committees, bringing the list forward to the full board for approval. So I don't know, I guess, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm proud of our committee. We worked very well together. It wasn't easy. It was a lot of work to get through these, but we are finished unless the full board determines that there should be additional revisions.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to add some additional comments. So with the exception of the last two OEs that were mentioned, the administrative technology and the food and nutrition one, we used the draft versions of in the current policy committee, the OEs. So we used the draft versions of those, went through those and made our modifications. The other two, administrative technology and food and nutrition, are completely brand new. And those we got some great assistance from Tanya and district administration on, what that should look like to meet their different needs and policies and things like that. So I also do think, though, at this juncture, because we are in the reading phase of our policies that are in draft, that these may need to be incorporated into that reading. But I leave that up to the board's will of how they see that moving forward.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, I was just going to say what Rachel said. These are taken from our policies. If you even look at the titles on the pages and the page numbers. So I think they've done this work. When we get to that point through the reading, when we look at this again, and maybe it'll just take us 2 minutes to go through an OE instead of an hour and a half. So I think that I'm recognizing the work they've done, but I think that the venue for it is when we go through our policy reading.
Yeah, I agree with that, what Dr. Wisniewski and Kathy have just said. It seems like it should be in the first reading of the policy manual, and we're still on that.
So I have a process question, if I may.
Go ahead.
The committee took action that we bring this compilation forward to the full board for approval or inclusion into our manual. And I just made a motion and it was seconded. So how, Madam Chair, will you proceed?
Well, we can have a postpone until we get to that section of the policy manual during the first reading.
Okay, and another question I have, thank you, that provides clarity. Someone can make that motion. The other concern I have is that we're confusing the language. These are not policies. We have a separate section of our manual that are policies. These are operational expectations, formerly titled performance expectations. Basically, they're the one and the same. Performance expectations, operational expectations, they're the same. We did take, as Dr. Wisniewski said, the base PEs, we revised them, some of them I think rather considerably, and created 2 new ones in addition to that. Okay, but these are not policies. I'm confused by this intermingling of the word policy and using it interchangeably with operational expectation. I understand them to be 2 completely separate categories. But perhaps we need further clarification on that at our policy meeting next go round. There's some confusing verbiage throughout the manual that may need to be, just clarified going forward.
So, Dr. Wisniewski or Kathy, do you want to make a motion here?
My hand up real quick.
Go ahead.
I was going to agree with Mrs. Orshak that these are OEs, and being that this has been brought by this committee as OEs, I don't see why what would be the problem with hindering the work of this committee, being that this committee has already done their work. I would like someone to elaborate on why should we hold it up? Because there are times when, if I'm correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong, when if we see something and we disagree with it, that we can make that change, or somebody can make a motion and make that change right then, and then it does not have to go to 3 readings. It does not have to go to the policy committee. So my question would be, what different would that be versus this, right? Versus moving forward with these OEs tonight, Madam Chair. If you could take that question.
Well, the policy manual, the governance manual that we've been working on, and I've forgotten what page we are to, 20, 21 or whatever that we're approving, that is all the first reading. And these recommendations on the OEs from the finance committee would be part of that. So that's why, to me, it seems logical to do it as part of that, because we're going to end up having to do 3 readings of that.
Well, if my understanding, if we go ahead and do this tonight, then this would be something that we could move forward. Yeah, we would not have to go over, because why delay off for tomorrow what we get done today? I mean, because the committee's already done it, and if everyone in the committee is strongly believing what they brought forth, then why not go ahead and get this work out of the way? So that would put us much ahead when we do start doing work on these on the OEs and as well as the policies.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Okay, I'm just asking for clarification, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to understand.
I gave you an answer, sir.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Mr. Dowling?
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I keep hearing about dealing with the OE/AKA PE when we continue the readings on the policy, and they have nothing to do with each other. I thought that when the finance committee comes in and gives us one of those, that we're actually voting to and send it to the policy committee for inclusion, and they can deal with when it's pertinent and when it's not. They can stay in their inbox until there's clarification on what the policy is. There's nothing wrong. This is an intermediate step on the part of the board.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Do we need to make a motion to go to 9:30 or what?
Well, it's right now, it's about 6 minutes of
Right.
9, but obviously we're not going to get through the agenda. I mean, I
No,
don't
we're
think
not.
extending it by 15 minutes is going to let us finish. And I know we have at least one public comment at 9 o'clock, so.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
Madam Chair, look, let's simplify this. We will, agree to the will of the board here. The committee just wants to let the board know we worked earnestly. We completed the task that was assigned to us in reviewing all of the performance expectations, and we are finished at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Dowling, I don't think you put your hand back down. Mr. Smith?
After we vote on this, I do have a question for the finance committee after we vote on this motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Was there a motion to amend this?
I'm sorry?
Was there a motion to amend this, or this is the only motion on the floor?
No, I would like Mr. Stribinger.
I move that we postpone this until the first reading of the policy manual.
We have a second for that.
Yeah, Earl Campbell seconded.
Earl, okay. All right. So we need to vote on that. Do we have any further discussion, Mr. Smith? Ms. Orshak?
I just want to say I'll abstain simply because I want to just give it over to the will of the board. That's
All right, voting is now open.
No.
Robin, yes, squads.
Having problems with board docs to open
Yeah, I
it
can
for you
see.
all. So I have to do it manually. I'm sorry.
I'm happy it's not me this time.
Right, it's not you. Board doc.
Yes.
Wisniewski, yes.
Robine, yes.
Trippinger, yes.
Ms. Orshak?
No.
Is that Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Smith, no.
Ms. Orshak, you were abstaining?
Just abstain, Robin, thanks.
Rich is a yes.
Sorry.
Okay, so the motion carries and, well, can you total it or no?
Yes. It's 8-1. Can you see
Thank
that?
you. Oh, yeah, I see at the bottom there. Yeah. So that carries 8-1. The two noes are Dowling and Smith, and the abstention is Orshak. All right. Does that conclude your committee report, Ms. Orshak?
Actually, I have a question for her, for Mrs. Orshak in the committee.
Go ahead.
Actually, Ms. Orshak, at the beginning of tonight, you started off by stating that you and in the committee, and I was at the committee meeting, and you say that y'all would have a question. I mean, y'all would like for us to put something on the agenda. And would you state what that is again? Go ahead.
I did mention it at the beginning of my report this evening, Mr. Smith, and it was a request to the officers to add a presentation to the board about an emergency plan that we have in place should a catastrophe occur, such as a hurricane. And we need that prior to further research we were going to do as the Finance Committee, looking into 8% funding and how that works with our emergency plan. So yes, I brought that up earlier. It wasn't acknowledged, but I did bring it up.
Well, I was going to ask you, did you want to make a motion for a motion? Did you want to make a motion on that so that we could go ahead and put that on the agenda tonight, and see what the will of the board is?
I would just hope that in good faith, our officers would accept that from the members of the Finance Committee without the formality of a motion.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you that. Did you want to make that motion?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Robin, since it's almost 9 o'clock, why don't we take our public comment now? Or maybe there's more than
Let me give her a call.
Sure.
Hello.
Yes, Samantha.
Speaking.
Yes, I'm calling for public comments.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear her?
Yes. Can she state her name, please?
Please state your name and you can go ahead and start.
Okay, Samantha Niehoff. And I just wanted to add another additional comment to my earlier comment. I have concerns about my child's personal AEA and how she is there to support my child during school when she is caring for another child. We need to find a better way for my child and her AEA to get together so she can help my child to succeed with her education during this pandemic we are all in. Either the AEA needs to come to us or we need to find another way for my child to get her free and adequate education at this time in our need. I appreciate your time for listening to me, and I hope you have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was the last one, only one.
Only one? Okay. So we still have about 14 minutes. So why don't we go ahead with Operations Committee Chair David Strivenger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the items we have. I don't think any of them will fit into a 14-minute window other than PE 11.0, because we reviewed these in the Operations Committee, and so we have a good feel for about how long they take. I think that PE 11.0 we could probably finish in 14 minutes. I know I'm a Pollyanna about that, but that I would ask if we could alter the order and just try to do PE 11 safety.
So I'd say go ahead, since we're trying to keep within the time limit.
Yeah, okay. PE 11, the safety and security, September 20 monitoring report. The committee reviewed this. The committee recommends that the board accept this report. So I move that the board accept performance expectation 10.0 safety and security.
Second.
Is it 10.0 or 11.0?
Well, the document is 10.0, so
Yeah.
I think the mistake is on
the agenda.
The mistakes on the agenda, but the document is 10.
Okay, so the motion will be 10. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was toggling between my board docs. My question is in regard to the planned statewide earthquake drill that's scheduled for October 15th. Can someone speak to that? I mean, is that just going to be whoever's in the building at that time, or how does that work?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. So if Mr. Grissom's on, perhaps he can speak to it.
Okay.
I know a lot of the future plans are dependent on if anybody's going to be in the building, or if we're going to have to do a virtual where we say, if you were in the building, this is what you would do.
Yeah.
And then ask mom to make sure they do it. So I don't know, is Mr. Grissom on?
Ms. Cartledge, I don't see Mr. Grissom on. So my understanding is that, yes, it would be those that would be in the building at that time that would participate in any particular drill. It would be, in essence, no different than if you have a fire drill on a particular day and a student is absent from school on that day. However, given the circumstance, when we have students back in the building, we would want to be able to review those drills with them. So even if you have a drill that is a drill such as this, there's nothing to preclude us from having a follow-up drill on another time.
Right, that was going to be my subsequent question, which is if we are not back in facilities, obviously that would be all students are not there, not just one that's absent from school. So I would like to see some type of plan that says how are we going to recoup those drills? What's the schedule going to look like? As soon as we do know what the face-to-face option is going to look like, I also would like to know what's the emergency plan going to be for making sure that our new kids to those facilities, as well as our existing kids that have been there before, are refreshed on these different drills. I know I still remember them from when I was a kid, so got to make sure we prepare them.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I'll follow up on that too with Mr. Grissom. I'll be glad to do that.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Ms. Orshak?
So what period of time does this particular performance expectation cover? From what date to what date?
The last one was done in May of 2020. So forward from then to the present, the last one, Ms. Warshak, it was the date was May the 12th, that report was prepared. And you'll notice that there is a difference from the prior report and this report, because due to COVID, there are COVID compliant drill requirements, and we have included the general guidance worksheet for faculty and staff to let you all be aware of that, because changes have been made due to COVID, and that information's included. So you all actually have never seen that before.
So I think the short answer is up through August, Joanne, the end of August.
Because we signed it on September 8th. That's right, Mr. Scrivener. You're correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
So May through August, right, David?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's a quarterly
Right.
Twice a year,
or twice a year.
I think so. Mhm.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, because I know we asked the same question. I just want to make
Yes.
sure I remembered the answer. The committee asked the exact same question.
Mr. Smith?
I wish he was here tonight, but anyway, maybe Mrs. Carlos can walk me through. Ms. Carlos, can you tell me what's the steps when the district issues out a truancy order or a truancy order? I mean, not a truancy order, a no trespassing order.
What are the steps?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
How would someone get one of those?
Well, it depends upon the situation. I can tell you in the one that was recently done, it was actually done through law enforcement. It was over in the Bluffton area. It was due to the criminal action. But I hope that answered your, I don't know.
No, ma'am.
If you have a question about a specific case, and you'll need to talk to me about that outside of the board meeting, and I'll be glad to give you, sir.
I don't have a question about a specific case. My question is, once again, what is the process of the district issuing a truancy order?
Rest for no trust. This addresses no trespass orders. No trespass order. So, for example, if there has been a crime committed and there is a threat to health, safety, well, to the safety and welfare of students and staff, then there would be a no trespass order issued in order to keep our staff and our students safe on the campus.
That's not really the question. My question is, at what level and who at the district's level issue out trespass notices to community members or whoever they may see it fit to? That's my question. Is
okay.
What's the process? My question is, what is the process of issuing a trespassing notice?
Okay, so the process would be, let me try to explain it better so I can, understand my explanation. So, for example, there is a crime committed at a school that affects the health or safety, the safety and welfare of students or staff. So then the principal would get in touch with Mr. Grissom, and Mr. Grissom would talk with me. However, depending upon the severity of this conduct, we will consult also, we have to consult with law enforcement sometimes. So, but Mr. Grissom will issue those after, there's a determination that there's a reason. There has to be a valid reason that's a safety issue. I mean, it can't be issued for anything other than it has to be for a safety issue. Or if somebody has come into a school and has threatened harm, then there's going to be an issue that person cannot be on the campus. Now, sometimes we have seen where these no trespass have been issued actually by the solicitor's office in some of the criminal cases that we've been involved in. So that determination is made on that level as well. But if you're talking about how we do it in the district, the process would be that the principal or the assistant principal would get in touch with, the SRO and then with Mr. Grissom as well, and then talk with me. Because I want to make sure that we do things properly, that we protect safety of our students and our staff. Does that help you, Mr. Smith? Or
Yeah, I just want to get clarification on how the process works and who have the authority to issue out trespass notices. That's my intent this afternoon. I just want to whether a principal can say, hey, I'm giving you a trespass notice, for example, or whether it has to come to the superintendent, or whether it comes to your office, as well as Mr. Grissom, y'all get together. I just want to understand the process of how trespassing issues are divvied out.
There has to be a just cause to do that. It has to be an issue of safety.
But so is it fair to say that every trespass notice that comes from Beaufort County School District that actually come from the district, not the solicitor's office, not the police department, but from the district, it comes to your, no, can let me finish the question? The question is,
you asked me, you said, is it fair to say then every instance? And that's, but anyway, you go ahead. I just want to make sure, I want to make sure I understand your question. So I get it.
If you give me a second, let me answer my question, and then Ms. College, I'm sure you'll be able to understand it. My question is, in any instance, if a trespass notice comes from, if it comes from the district specifically, not the police department, not the solicitor's office, but it comes from the district, the district office, the central office itself, it comes to you. Is that fair to say? That's my question.
I would hope that I would be consulted, Mr. Smith. I would hope that would be the case.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Collins. That does concern me that you
and if I can give you further clarification, Mr. Grissom and I work closely together, but we communicate with where the incident has occurred. If it happens in Bluffton, or if it happens, in Hilton Head.
Right. I mean,
but I just want you to understand that. I mean, sometimes law enforcement, issues these things, and sometimes the solicitor's office does.
I'm well aware that my question was a process question, and it's simply that I understand. My only question was about the Beaufort County School District. What is their process of issuing no trespassing notices? That was my question.
Did I answer your question sufficiently, sir?
Thank you, Ms. College.
No, I'd be glad to meet with you, Mr. Smith, if you need to talk to me about something else, or if you need more clarification, if I can be of further assistance to you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dowling?
Mrs. Cartlidge, you said that you hope that you'd be involved. Mr. Grissom reports to you, correct?
Yes, sir. At this time, he does.
Mr. Grissom is on the line if you all want to ask him directly.
No, that's all right. I was asking Mrs. Cartlidge.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, sir. Yeah, at this time, Mr. Dowling.
I have no problem with asking him directly. If at this time, if he could tell us the process that where he understands it, that'd be fine too.
Is he going to respond?
I didn't hear the question.
I had a process question, and my question was, what is the process of issuing a no trespassing notice from on the district behalf, not the law enforcement, not the solicitor's office, but from Beaufort County School District? What's the process of issuing a no trespassing notice?
Sure, that's normally I get a complaint from the principal at the school in reference to somebody causing an issue at the school, whether it be continued harassment of a teacher or just constant bad behavior over and over again, or a simple threat of some sort where law enforcement didn't file charges. From there, I go to Wendy and get her approval. I type it up. Then I send a copy to Dr. Rodriguez and the principal of the school, and then I deliver it to the person. Sometimes a no trespass order is not needed. For example, I need to make contact with somebody tomorrow and just speak with them. So I try not to do that if I don't have to. I always try to go the lesser route and speak to them first. And I solve most of these issues that way instead of issuing a no trespass order.
Thank you.
All right. We need a motion to adjourn now and reconvene tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Did we vote on this?
Oh, you need to vote on
Yeah,
this.
we need to vote on this. Thank you, David. Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna vote on to have one more
Now
question.
open.
Well, Madam Chair, if we vote on to have one more question.
Go ahead.
So is it fair to say that Dr. Rodriguez does not see when there's a trespassing notice issued? He may not know indirectly. Mrs. Carter or Dr. Rodriguez?
When I get ready to the point where I'm going to issue.
Go ahead. Mr.
Right. First of all, I get permission from Wendy to do it. After that, I send her a copy, and Dr. Rodriguez and the principal a copy. And then I make the notification to the person who needs to be no trespass.
But we
I do not go
communicate,
directly to
we
Dr.
communicate
Rodriguez.
we communicate with Dr. Rodriguez. So we keep him informed. He's very busy, but we keep him informed.
Right. I think the few that I've done when he's been here, I've come to his office directly and spoken with him about the issue. The one I got today, for example, he's already aware of the issue. The school a lot of times contacts the Dr. Rodriguez before they contact me. The one that I'm talking about today, they actually contacted Dr. Rodriguez already, and then they contacted me. So I don't know if I'll need a no trespass order on that person until I talk to that person tomorrow via phone. Then I'll be able to gauge what happens from there from talking to that individual. Hopefully I can not have to issue one. That's always the plan.
Right. Well, my final question is to Dr. Rodriguez. I just would like to know, before the no trespassing orders are disputed, are passed out, are you aware of all of them? Is my question to Dr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, so we communicate and we discuss, and I think what's important to note is that we make every effort to not issue a trespass order if it's not necessary, right? And so yes, we talk about the trespass.
Dr. Rodriguez, it's just a process question. I'm just trying to figure out, do you know, as the superintendent of Beaufort County School District, of every time there's a trespassing notice issued out to someone, a citizen, are you fully aware of it? That's all I kind of want. I'm not throwing nothing. I'm just trying. It's a process question. Yes or no, as a superintendent. That's all.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Rorschach?
Thank you. Mr. Grissom, because we're discussing safety and now is an appropriate time, as our chief security person in the district, is it legal for you to look into an individual's concealed weapons permit background? Is that allowable by law?
It's way off topic.
I do not believe so.
Way off topic.
If you have a perpetrator, you have someone on our grounds who you think might be suspicious, and you would like to understand if, they carry a weapon or what have you, do you have the authority as our chief security person to do that?
It seems to me that this is off topic of this.
Well, it's safety actually, and if you look at the items on
I can assure you this, if it's the point where I need to ask that question, law enforcement is ready. I'm sorry, should I keep going or no? But yeah, if it gets to that point, ever gets that serious, and even way before your example there, I'm law enforcement involved, and whether they tell me or not, they have the information and they're able to do what's necessary with the situation. Now, they may not necessarily tell me, but law enforcement will be involved and they will have necessary information to make the appropriate decision.
Thank you.
So Dr. Wisniewski, this is the last question.
My question goes back to the original question that Will was asking about violations or trespassing orders. If there has been one that has been issued by the school district, how is that information disseminated to other district facilities? So if there's a trespass order for, May River High School, is that then disseminated down to all facilities regarding that individual? Because I would think that that would be important information. And if this is getting into executive session area, please let me know.
Well, security, yes, security is an executive session. Right?
Well, certain things are under security, but I think I just think it's important.
Dr. Wisniewski has the floor. Let her finish.
No, I know that obviously with ones that reach the level of the solicitor or law enforcement, those carry a certain type of exchange of information between agencies. And so if there is an issuance of a trespass order at one of our facilities, it's issued by the district, I wanted to know how that information is disseminated to other agencies and other facilities, but that might be an executive session conversation. I don't know. I leave that up to you all.
Did you answer that? Go ahead.
Ms. Cartledge, is that
I'm looking at the FOIA. It says information relating to security plans. I would say though to all the board members that if you have some suggestions for us on ideas that you have about no trespass orders and their dissemination, I don't know, Dr. Slesky, if you're saying if a trespass order is issued with respect to one school, are you suggesting that we let all the other schools be made aware of it? Was that your suggestion?
No, ma'am, it was a question because I don't know what the current practice is. If the current practice is already to do that, then I wouldn't need to make the suggestion. But I think that might be because it might have to do with safety and security planning. It might belong in that kind of a conversation. I did want to pose it though, because it's on topic.
Because it would depend upon the specific facts of the case. So, if it was a situation that happened at one school, but it involved a student from another school, then both of those schools would need to be aware of what was going on. Both of those schools would need to be aware of it because it would have an impact on both of them. If it, say one student had threatened another, that kind of.
All right, before
I think the best way to put it is that most of my no trespass orders are very individually done and completed. Some are very school specific. Some and very few are district specific. For example, if a mom has a child at the high school and then at the elementary, and if the problem is at the high school with her or him and the principal, I may not necessarily issue a no trespass order if she's never caused a problem or him at an elementary school. So it's very site specific and they're very specific depending on the circumstances for each no trespass order.
Madam Chair, if I could, I'd like to ask that be a future agenda topic for executive session so that I could ask more pointed questions of Mr. Grissom and Ms. Cartledge. Thank you.
Sure, we haven't gotten to there, but I'll jot it down like I have the other requests.
Thank you.
All right, so we're ready to vote.
Yes.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
John Dowling.
I did.
Thank you. All right, voting is open.
Yes.
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 The motion carries 10-01. Mr. Smith abstained. So we now need a motion to adjourn until we reconvene tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Okay, Dr. Wisniewski, second.
Second.
Watts,
Yeah, what
Uh,
about executive session?
just a question. Is there, would this be an adjournment?
Yes, that's what Helen McFadden told us to call it. And we're gonna,
Okay.
and it's posted that way on the agenda, and we're gonna have the executive session at the end of tomorrow, because that's what we've always done in the past, is if we haven't finished the executive session,
Yeah.
it always went to the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Point of
So,
order, Madam Chair.
just a minute, please, sir. Who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, and then who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Dowling?
Never mind.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, good night.